Let's check. Assalamualaikum and good morning, everyone. Before we start our event shortly, we would like to remind everyone to update your attendance to our DIFCON and Event X. Those who yet to do it, kindly scan the QR code on the screen for us to confirm your attendance throughout the conference to ensure a smooth conference this year.
For your information, this year, DIFCON and Inventex 2025 are being launched together.
To those attending today's session, in person at the Dewan Tun Chancellor Multimedia University Cyberjaya, you will find inside your participant kit the QR code for you to download the program books. And while for our online participants, you can access the program books on the DIFCON website via the link shown on your screen now. Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention? I would request all our attendees in this hall to have a seat because we will begin our event shortly. And to ensure pleasant viewing, all our online participants should select and pin MMU Studio in your Microsoft team. Furthermore, we advise all online participants to mute your microphone throughout our event, unless you are allowed by our committee members. Next, safety is always a priority. For our in-person attendees, I would like to have your attention to the screen on the safety and emergency procedure.
Thank you for your kind attention. Upon the
Kindly
arrival
pay
of our
attention
honored
to the
guests,
safety
we would
evacuation
appreciate for all
procedures.
online participants,
Welcome to
I repeat,
Dewan Tun Chancellor
all online
Multimedia University
participants, to
Cyberjaya.
switch off your camera as a
In
sign
the
of
event that
respect
the
to them.
emergency alarm is
Your
triggered or
cooperation
activated,
is highly
you are
appreciated.
required to evacuate Dewan Tun Chancellor in an orderly manner. Please exit at the nearest exit emergency door. This building consists of 4 emergency exit doors on your right, 4 emergency exit doors on your left, 3 emergency exit doors at the back, 2 emergency exit doors at the upper tier, 1 emergency exit door at the left upper tier, and 1 emergency exit door at the right upper tier. You are required to gather at the assembly point for head count check and first aid treatment if required. Please leave your belongings when you evacuate. Stay calm and watch your steps. Proceed immediately to the nearest emergency exit point. Please wait for further instructions from the incident commander. Please be advised that smoking and vaping are strictly prohibited on MMU campus. Smoking in the university is a serious offense, and all parties should comply with the government and university's policy. We hope you will enjoy the event. Thank you for your kind attention and have a pleasant day.
To repeat, earlier, a reminder to our online guests. Upon the arrival of our honored guests, we would appreciate all online participants to switch on your camera as a sign of respect. Your cooperation is highly appreciated. Thank you. A few housekeeping rules and reminders as we prepare to begin. You can check your program books to ensure the smooth conference and exhibition schedule today. Number 1, we have punctuality and preparedness. Please join on time and be ready with necessary materials if you are presenting. Courtesy and respect to ensure smooth sessions. We request all online participants to mute your microphone during the event. And for physical participants, we request that you put your handphones on silent mode. During the question and answer session, we request that you respect differing opinions and maintain a polite tone. While academic freedom is valued, discussion or presentations that delve into sensitive issues should be avoided. Thirdly, a professional appearance. Please be dressed appropriately and ensure your background is distraction-free. We encourage you to use the background supplied by the committee. Effective communication. Please speak clearly. Please mute yourselves when you are not speaking and use the chat feature appropriately. Engagement. Actively participate and avoid multitasking. And finally, please do a technology check. Please ensure that your internet and your equipment are working properly. Ladies and gentlemen, we would ask you at this point to please ensure that your phones are on silent mode to ensure that there is no disruption. Thank you.
tes.
Ladies and gentlemen, participants, exhibitors, guests, we would be beginning in a few minutes' time. We invite you to please all come into the hall and please take your seats. Please come into the hall, and those of you who are already in your hall too, please take your seats. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we will be beginning in a short moment. A quick reminder to everyone to please have their phones on silent mode so as to not disrupt today's proceedings, and to invite everyone in the foyer and also in the hall to please take your seats so we can begin shortly.
budak-budak tu akan duduk kat mana. Tak ada tempat duduk. So diorang berdiri kat situ je. Sebab saya nak diorang duduk. Kalau tak diorang akan set up sementara kita buat speeching semua kan. Diorang akan macam pelik.
Mesti ada people yang datang. Since diorang macam basically diorang macam buka booth.
Betul. Tapi nampak tak kenalah. Sekarang diorang tengah setting. So sambil semua ni berlangsung, diorang akan setting lagi. Akan nampak
Kita kurang less fokus lah.
nampak tak kemas dan nanti habis. Program tu akan bising. Dia akan merajuk. Saya tak nak pujuk dia. Worst case ingat. Aku dah tadi.
Tapi memang tak ada kursi rasanya untuk diorang.
Tak ada. Memang tak ada.
So, tapi kalau untuk diorang berdiri the whole event, nanti launching semua tu
Tak logik. There should have been many more chairs. Yang kerusi ni tak ke?
Maksud saya tak faham kenapa diorang susun.
Ni untuk siapa duduk sebenarnya?
Ladies and gentlemen, we will begin in 1 minute. As our guests are queuing up outside of the hall, we have two reminders. The first is to please ensure that your phones are on silent mode so as to not be disrespectful and disrupt today's proceedings. While the opening ceremony is
announcing the arrival of our guest of honor, Yang Berbahagia Profesor Datuk Dr. Mazliha Muhammad Suud, President and Chief Executive Officer of Multimedia University, and other distinguished guests. We request all guests to remain standing for the national anthem and Permata Dunia.
Generasi multimedia teguh mendukung harapan agung negara, menyahut seruan wawasan negara, unggul di mata dunia. Langkah seiring mengejar cipta di hari muka, kan terus maju bersama menuju jaya. Ketulusan jiwa, semangat berusaha,
Thank you very much. Please be seated. A very good morning to Yang Berbahagia Professor Datuk Dr. Mazliham Muhammad Suud, President and Chief Executive Officer of Multimedia University, Dr. Charlene Thiagaraja, Chief Executive Officer of TM R&D, Professor Engineer Dr. Muhammad Faisal bin Ahmad Fauzi, Director of Multimedia University's Research Management and Advisor of DIFCON 2025, Professor Dr. Kamarul Zaman bin Abdul Aziz, Chairman of DIFCON 2025, Associate Professor, Technologist Dr. Ui Shi Yin, Chairman of Inventex 2025, representatives of co-organizers, sponsors, and partners, keynote speakers, distinguished guests, management committee members, participants of DIFCON and Inventex 2025, organizing committee members of DIFCON and Inventex 2025, colleagues and students. Welcome to the opening ceremony of DIFCON 2025, Digital Futures International Congress, and Inventex 2025 Invention Competition here in Multimedia University.
First and foremost, let us introduce ourselves as your MC today. I, Nazri, and my partner is
Francis
will be your MC for the opening ceremony. Greetings to Yang Berbahagia Professor Datuk Dr. Mazliham Muhammad Suud, President of Multimedia University, Dr. Charlene Thiagaraja, CEO of TM R&D, Tan Sri, Datuk Sri, Datuk Datin, professors and doctors, and fellow researchers and innovators. Ladies and gentlemen, this year, InventX 2025 is being held together with Digital Futures International Congress, or short for DIFCON. For your information, DIFCON is an academic congress that is organized by Multimedia University with the aim to provide a multidisciplinary platform for gathering scholars from different disciplinary backgrounds to disseminate research work that's shaping our digital futures. The 5th edition of Multimedia University's annual academic congress, which is DIFCON, is a premier event featuring 6 co-located conferences. The first one is the 6th Multimedia University Engineering Conference, or MECON 2025, 5th International Conference on Computing, Information Technology, and Intelligence Computing, CITIC 2025, 5th International Conference on Creative Multimedia, ICCM 2025, 6th International Conference on Communication, Language Education, and Social Science, CLESS 2025, 5th International Conference on Law and Digitalization, ICLD 2025, and lastly, 5th International Conference on Technology and Innovation Management, ICTIM 2025. The Congress organization supports and is aligned with the 2030 Sustainable Development Goals. This year, for the first time, DIFCON is conducted in hybrid mode, providing participants the flexibility to join the conference either on-site or virtually.
Inventex is Multimedia University's rebranded premier invention and research showcase. It traces its history all the way to 2016, when it was called MMU Invention Showcase. Inventex reflects and maintains MMU's commitment to staying at the forefront of innovation, adapting to the needs of participants and the global innovation ecosystem. The transition to Inventex from what it was previously signifies a broader, more inclusive approach to innovation encompassing a wider range of talents and ideas. Gathered today amongst us are presentations from a gamut of fields and disciplines, and age groups as well too. Our commitment to Inventex Junior since a few years ago remains as well. We are proud to present students from schools around the region, showcasing their inventions, budding minds finding innovative solutions for the present in the future. Then again, ladies and gentlemen, today is not all about speeches and booths and presentations. There will also be a lucky draw session at the end of the day after lunch. So please do not forget to sign in your attendance via QR code by 2 p.m. for a chance to win, and of course, you have to be here to receive the prizes. On a slightly more serious note, in the event of an emergency, attendees are reminded to exit through the entrance of the exam hall in a calm and orderly manner.
Praise to God, we have been graced by the chance to gather in this momentous ceremony. Ladies and gentlemen, in seeking blessings for today's event, we invite Mr. Taufis Abdul Ghani to lead us with the Dua recitation.
الفاتحة. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين. والصلاة والسلام على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وأصحابه أجمعين. اللهم اغفر لنا ذنوبنا ولإخواننا الذين سبقونا بالإيمان ولا تجعل في قلوبنا غلا للذين آمنوا ربنا إنك رؤوف رحيم. Ya Allah, Ya Rahman, Ya Rahim, the most gracious, the most merciful. On this blessed morning, in conjunction with the launching of Digital Futures International Congress 2025 DIFCON and Innovation Exhibition 2025 Event X, we seek your infinite blessing and guidance for an impeccable progress of this event from the beginning until the end. Please shower us with tawfiq and hidayah so that all of the participants and everyone in this event will gain maximum and positive impact of the program. Grant us with a valuable knowledge that will be beneficial to mankind to gain your mardatillah. Ya munzil al-barakah, ya zal jalali wal ikram. In this auspicious event, we are indeed humble and grateful for the bounty we cherish today. Let our efforts succeed well and secure success. Make us fulfill our determination, give answer to our prayers, listen to our requests, cause us to obtain the good of this world and the hereafter. Please grant strength and wisdom to the participating institutions, collaborators, and researchers of DIFCON and Event X 2025 so that they may make significant contribution to the developments of MMU and our nation. Ya Allah, protect us from all forms of threat and disasters, grant us safety and prosperity, and bless us with passion and strength to face every trial that you place before us. Accept our deeds and reward us with your mercy. Allahumma ja'al jam'ana hazal jam'al marhuma wa tafarruqana min ba'dihi tafarruqan ma'suma wa la taj'al fina wa la ma'ana shakiyan wa la marhuma. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina azaban nar. Wa sallallahu ala sayyidina Muhammad wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin.
Amin, Amin, Ya Rabbal Alamin. Thank you to Mr. Taufis. May God grace our event with His blessing.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time to begin. It is my great pleasure to invite Dr. Charlene Thiagaraja, CEO of TM R&D, to the stage to please deliver her welcoming speech. Ladies and gentlemen, please, a warm round of applause.
A very good morning, salam sejahtera, and a very good morning to all. Yang berbahagia, Professor Datuk Dr. Mazliha Muhammad Sood, President and CEO of Multimedia University. Yang berbahagia, Professor Emeritus Tan Sri Datuk Zulkifli Abdul Razak, Dr. Ricky Siswanto, and Prof. Dr. Elsading Musa, our keynote speakers for today. Warm welcome to representatives from our co-organizers, sponsors, supporting organizations, supporting universities, keynote speakers, distinguished guests, colleagues, students, participants turning in from around the globe, ladies and gentlemen. It is with great pleasure that I welcome you to the Digital Futures International Congress 2025, the 5th edition of Multimedia University's annual gathering of academicians in conjunction with InventX 2025. We are honored to bring together brilliant minds from around the world, thought leaders, innovators, and researchers to engage in this meaningful discussion, share groundbreaking insights, and shape the future of digital technology. What's special this year, and I'm very excited to share, is that we are combining two of our flagship MMU research events, both DIFCON and InventX. For DIFCON this year, we present 6 co-located conferences spanning a wide range of disciplines, from engineering and computing to creative multimedia, communication, law, and innovation management. We received 50% more papers this year compared to 2024. This is a great achievement to all of us, and thank you to all of you. As for InventX, I'd like to share a little bit extra information of what we have here today, combining these two flagship events. We have 25 kits prototype booth, 21 InventX classical project booth, and 68 live pitching sessions happening at 6 vibrant pitching dens. This is something new that we've introduced, and we hope to be able to bring the new age feel of what we do in the industry right here to the students. And we hope that we will attract and engage more public visitors and listeners. And on top of that, there are 85 artworks showcased in the e-gallery and 235 virtual booths running on inventx.mmu.edu.my from 1st June 2025 onwards. So it's a very, very exciting event for us all. As we embark on this journey over the next 3 days, I congratulate you on your collective role in shaping the future. Now, as researchers, our task is extremely challenging, even more so than when I started as a researcher 20 years ago, because the rate of change in technology is unprecedented. And I think all of you here who just observes the ongoings around us will see that apps change extremely fast. We stand at the crossroads of rapid digital transformation, where artificial intelligence, automation, and smart technologies are redefining how we work, how we play, and how we contribute to society. DIFCON 2025 and InventX 2025 serves as a collaborative platform for pioneering research, forging meaningful partnerships, and driving real-world innovation. Ladies and gentlemen, as we set the tone for the days ahead, I urge you to make most of this platform, to engage and challenge perspective and carry the dialogue beyond these halls. This is your chance to spark new collaborations, explore bold ideas, and pursue research that can reshape the digital future. On behalf of the organizing teams, thank you for joining DIFCON 2025 and InventX 2025. May we make this Congress a truly memorable and transformative experience for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Charlene, for this warm welcome.
And now, let us welcome Yang Berbahagia Profesor Dato' Dr. Mazliha Muhammad Suud, President of Multimedia University, for his speech and to officially launch DIFCON and InventX 2025.
Thank you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera and good morning to everyone. Dr. Charlene Tiagaraja, CEO of TM R&D, Professor Dr. Muhammad Faisal bin Ahmad Fauzi, Director of MMU Research Management and Advisor to DIFCON 2025, Yang Berbahagia Professor Emeritus Tan Sri Dato' Zulkifli Abdul Razak, Trustee of Yayasan My SDG, Dr. Ricky Siswanto, representing our key co-organizer, Telekom University Indonesia, representative of co-organizers, our friends from GLU, from Uni10, UTP, and partners, keynote speakers, distinguished guests, participant of DIFCON InventX 2025, organizing committees of DIFCON and InventX, colleagues, students, ladies and gentlemen, either joining us at the Dewan Tun Chancellor or tuning in from across the world. Alhamdulillah, with the blessing of Allah SWT, we are able to gather here today in this 5th edition of Digital Futures International Congress of DIFCON 2025 and InventX 2025. I was supposed to be in Kuching this morning to attend a program with Telekom Malaysia, but Prof. K asked me to stay here and attend this opening ceremony of DIFCON 2025. So I've agreed to attend and get the permission from Telecom not to attend the ceremony this morning. But then Dr. Uy asked me to extend again because of the InventX 2025. So I need to postpone my flight. I hope that I don't have any problem with TM after this. Multimedia University is the main organizer of this event. I warmly welcome the participants from around the world, both in person or virtually, to DIFCON 2025 and InventX. Today, we are celebrating the 5th year of DIFCON, 5 years of academic excellence and innovation, and mark a new chapter in our journey, as for the first time, we host this DIFCON Congress in a hybrid format this year. This year we are combining a physical and online experience for day 1, followed by fully virtual session in day 2 and 3. This evolution reflects our dedication to accessibility, inclusivity, and technological adaptability. DIFCON 2025 mark a continuous growth in scale, reach, and impact, with 952 paper submissions and participation from leading institutions worldwide. And this Congress stands as the global platform for dialogue, discovery, and cross-disciplinary innovation. At the heart of DIFCON, there are 6 co-located conferences, as what mentioned by Dr. Charlene just now. the MICON 2025, CITIC 2025, ICCM 2025, CLESS 2025, ICLD 2025, and ICTM 2025. These conferences highlight the importance of interdisciplinary synergy, where research and innovation are not confined by discipline, but are enriched by their convergence. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to extend our heartfelt appreciation to the organizing committee, our 12th co-organizing institution, Telkom University Indonesia, Universitas Brawijaya Indonesia, Universidad del Siglo XXI Argentina, RMIT, University Vietnam, Universitas Ciputra Indonesia, Tunku Abdul Rahman University of Management and Technology Malaysia, University Tunku Abdul Rahman Malaysia, University Technology Petronas, University Technology Mara, University Kuala Lumpur, University Tenaga Nasional, and Amity University India. Not to forget our valued sponsors and dedicated contributors whose collective effort have made this DIFCON 2025 and InventX 2025 possible. Thank you for your continued partnership and collaboration. This collaboration are instrumental in enriching this Congress with global perspectives. DIFCON 2025 is proudly aligned with the United Nations 2030 Sustainable Development Goals, especially in areas such as quality education, industry innovation, reducing inequalities, and responsible technology use. The presentations and discourse in the days ahead will explore themes such as ethical AI, digital transformation, and sustainable innovation, all integral to building a just, inclusive, and forward-looking society. On top of the participants' presentation, we have exciting keynote speakers lined up over the 3 years in this event. To each of our keynote speakers, thank you for joining us, for lending your voice to this important platform. Today, we are truly honored to have Yang Berbahagia Professor Emeritus Tan Sri Datuk Zulkifli Abdul Razak, a highly respected thought leader in academia, and as our keynote speaker. His contributions to higher education and visionary leadership continue to inspire generations of scholars and institutions alike. Thank you, Tan Sri, for lending your voices and expertise and wisdom to DIFCON 2025. Your presence sets a powerful tone for the intellectual journey we are embarking on over the next 3 days. Thank you, Tan Sri. We are equally privileged to hear from Dr. Ricky Siswanto, our friend from Telecom University Indonesia. In fact, MMU, Uniten and UTP, and also UniKL, we form an alliance called GLU in Malaysia. And University Telecom, with other universities in Indonesia, form another alliance called Apeti BUMN, and we are GLU Malaysia and Apeti BUMN are partners. So thank you very much, Dr. Ricky Siswanto, for coming here. Telkom, Dr. Ricky's presence here today is a symbol of enduring friendship and academic alliance between our institution, and we are grateful for this support and insight. We are also pleased to acknowledge another keynote speaker, our very own Professor Dr. El Sadiq Musa, 30 years in Malaysia. He is one of MMU's own esteemed researchers, one of the world top 2% scientists by Stanford University. His achievements exemplify MMU's pursuit of research excellence and global impact. Ladies and gentlemen, together with DIFCON, we are proud to present the InventX 2025, our international innovation competition. I was informed that this year the organizer received more than 300 submissions across InventX, InventX Junior, and InventX Creative. demonstrating an extraordinary breadth of creativity, ingenuity, and collaboration from students, researchers, and industry partners. I believe that these submissions represent the forefront of innovation and the passion to solve real-world challenges through design, engineering, and entrepreneurial thinking, alongside with our own philosophy to innovate, to inquire, to innovate, and to inspire. We also extend our sincere thanks to all our InventX sponsors for their generous support. Your support plays a crucial role in enabling this event to thrive and in creating a vibrant innovation ecosystem where ideas flourish and connect with the world. Ladies and gentlemen, before I end my speech, I wish to invite all participants to fully engage yourself in the next 3 days. Take this opportunity to network, exchange ideas, and foster collaborations where across disciplines or across continent, whether across discipline or across continents, let DIFCON 2025 and InventX 2025 serve as catalysts for research that goes beyond publication and drive towards world's transformation. To those who join us here in MMU Cyberjaya campus, we warmly welcome you to explore not just our Congress venue, but also the vibrant heart of our academic community. MMU is proud to be a hub of innovation, creativity, and inclusiveness, and we invite you to experience this firsthand. Let us embark in this journey of innovation, discovery, and transformation together. With that note, I hereby officially declare DIFCON 2025 and InventX 2025 open. Thank you.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, we have something very special planned for the official launch of DIFCON 2025 and InventX 2025. Please welcome our first MMU staff in-house band, calling themselves the Dean's List, accompanied by our EB vocal talent, Miss Ain. Ladies and gentlemen, a warm round of applause, please.
hati sejoli dah berterbangan, realitinya si putri keseorangan. Oh mekalah, bertahanlah, walau badai hadir jua. Oh mekalah, jernihkanlah, buang luka jiwa raga, pakai sutera. Pakai sutera. Pakai sutera. Pakai sutera. Hati ketipak ketipung berlagu canggung, bila hati berlagu rindu siapa nak tanggung. Hati ketipak ketipung merentak canggung, kasihku padamu tiada penghujung. Cari-cari jemari, ku menghitung hari bila kau kembali. Janji-janji tepati, jangan kau ingkari kata-kata hati. Mana bumi, situ langit, sama juga hati. Hati ketipak ketipung berlagu canggung, bila hati berlagu rindu siapa nak tanggung. Hati ketipak ketipung merentak canggung, kasihku padamu tiada penghujung. Di mana bumi yang ku pijak, situ langit yang ku junjung, sama juga hati. Di mana bumi yang ku pijak, situ langit yang ku junjung, sama juga hati.
Prof. Dato' and Dr. Shanin, please put your index finger in our biometric scanner to officially launch.
Wow, so many people today. Hi, Professor Marsleyham, Dr. Charlene, and everyone. I'm EB. Oh, wait, a task for me. I gotta go. See you guys in the hologram. I'm gonna perform magic. Today is a big day for Inventex 2025. It's happening in conjunction with DIFCON 2025. Let's start my magic. 3, 2, 1.
Ladies and gentlemen, innovators and dreamers, welcome to Inventex 2025. This is not just an exhibition, it's a celebration of innovation, creativity, and bold ideas shaping our future. At InventS 2025, we proudly showcase groundbreaking work across diverse tracks: computing and informatics, engineering and industrial design, digital creative and cinematic arts, education and social science, and innovations aligned with these sustainable development goals. This year, we launched InventS in synergy with the Digital Futures International Congress DIFCON 2025, Multimedia University's premier academic event featuring 6 co-located international conferences: CIPIC, MECON, ICPIN, ICCN, CLESS, ICLE, supported by visionary partners and sponsors like TM Research and Development. InventS 2025 is committed to driving economic growth, societal impact, and collaborative innovation on a global scale. Whether you are an inventor, a researcher, an entrepreneur, or simply passionate about the latest advancements, InventS 2025 invites you to dive into a world of discovery and limitless possibilities. Welcome to InventS 2025, where innovation takes center stage.
Ladies and gentlemen, with that, DIFCON 2025 and InventX 2025 is officially launched. And Prof. Dato and Dr. Charlene, please remain on stage for the next part of our program. But before we continue, please give a big round of applause to our dedicated committees, our in-house bands, called the Dean's List and Miss Ayn from EV Vocal Talent, and the Magic Show by Mr. Dandy from our Faculty of Creative Multimedia.
Prof. Dato and Dr. Charlene, if you can, please. Okay, I note that you're already in the middle of the stage. So we move forward now to the presentation of the Certificates of Appreciation. Ladies and gentlemen, the success of today's event is nothing without our co-organizers, sponsors, key partners, and the invited keynote speakers.
Firstly, we would like to invite our co-organizers for DIFCON 2025. Representing Universitas Brawijaya, Indonesia, Dr. Sylvie Asna Prestianawati. Representing Telkom University Indonesia, Mr. Hanif Azhar, Director Center of Excellence, Professional Development and Competencies. Representing University Tunku Abdul Rahman, Technologist Dr. Ang Kok Yew, Deputy Dean, Faculty of Creative Industries. Representing Tunku Abdul Rahman University, Management and Technology, Dr. Wong Tian Lai, Deputy Dean, Faculty of Computing and Information Technology. Representing RMIT University, Vietnam, Associate Professor Dr. Donna Cleveland, Dean, School of Communication and Design. Representing University Tenaga Nasional, Professor Datuk Dr. Muhammad Zamri Yusof, Deputy Vice Chancellor, Research and Innovation, Director of Innovation. Representing University Kuala Lumpur, Associate Professor Dr. Tong Wei Yen, Director, Center for Research and Innovation. Representing University Technology Petronas, Professor Technologist Dr. Muhammad Fazil bin Hassan, Director of Technology Research Excellence. Representing Amity University, India, Associate Professor Dr. Satnam Singh from Amity School of Communication. Let's not forget to our co-organizers, Universidad Siglo, Universitas Ciputra and University Teknologi Mara, who are not able to join us physically this morning, but they are joining us online. And now it's time for the group photo of our co-organizers. Thank you to our co-organizers. You may return to your seat now.
Next, we would like to invite to the stage representatives for our sponsors for DIFCON 2025 and Inventex 2025. First, Mr. George Elaine Garot, Executive Director of Family Business Nusantara Foundation. This is a shining example of our very own Permata Dunia giving back to the university. Next, we would like to take a moment to recognize the generous Inventex 2025 sponsors whose support has made Inventex truly outstanding. To begin, we have two platinum sponsors. The first platinum sponsor being Thousands of Years Media, represented by Miss Nini Wong, Fashion Director. Our second platinum sponsor is Star Trader, represented today by Miss Heng Yuet Siang, Director of Operations. Our gold sponsor, Hap Sing Star Mercedes-Benz Melaka, represented by Mr. Melvin Chong, Sales Manager. Our event sponsors for today, Thumb Shakers, represented by Mr. Kenneth Wee, Managing Director. Magnify Visual, represented by Mr. C.J. Chiu, Creative Director. D. Photo Booth Services, represented by Mr. Koo Kian Chong, General Manager. Kite Lifestyle Store, represented here today by Miss Amanda Tui, Director. Last but not least, V Creation, represented by Mr. Kang Chian Wei, Director. We now take a group photo with all our sponsors and co-sponsors. Thank you very much to our sponsors. Sponsors may please return to their seats. We would also like to express our gratitude and appreciation to the sponsors who couldn't make it here this morning with us today, whose contributions, regardless, are still just as meaningful. They are Printitious, Eye to Eye Optical, and Julie's Confectionery. We would also like to acknowledge Meranti, our award sponsor, whose general manager will be joining us later this evening after lunch. To all sponsors, thank you for believing in this platform and for supporting young talents and innovations across Malaysia and beyond. Your partnership is truly the heartbeat of Inventex 2025.
And now we would like to invite to the center of the stage our keynote speakers for DIFCON 2025. Firstly, Yang Berbahagia Profesor Emeritus Tan Sri Datuk Zulkifli Abdul Razak. Next, Dr. Ricky Siswanto. Let us welcome our very own Professor Dr. El Sadiq Musa. Next, Professor Technologist Dr. Tan Xing Chiang. Next, Mr. Vijay Anand. Next, Assistant Professor Dr. Kusum. Next, Associate Professor Nurbaiyah Abdul Kadir. Next, Assistant Professor Dr. Hasbullah bin Mat Saad. And lastly, Assistant Professor Dr. Donna Cleveland. And now it's time for the group photo of our keynote speaker. Thank you to all our keynote speaker. All our keynote speaker may return to your seat now.
Prof. Dato, Dr. Charlene, I know you guys are tired standing up there. Just a little while more. Last but not least, let us welcome the chairpersons of the 6 co-located conference for DIFCON 2025. First, we invite Professor Dr. Mardini Rosli, the chairperson for the 6th Multimedia University Engineering Conference 2025, MECON 2025. Professor Dr. Ho Su Cheng, chairperson for the 5th International Conference on Computing, Information Technology and Intelligent Computing 2025, CITIC 2025. Professor Dr. Koo Ah Chu, chairperson for the 5th International Conference of Creative Multimedia 2025, ICCM 2025. Assistant Professor Dr. Yo Suk Fern, the chairperson for the 5th International Conference on Technology and Innovation Management 2025, ICTIM 2025. Dr. Kavita Balakrishnan, chairperson for the 6th International Conference on Communication, Language, Education, and Social Sciences 2025. CLESS 2025. Last but not least, Dr. Yang Chik Adam, Chairperson for the 5th International Conference on Law and Digitalization 2025, ICLD 2025. Followed by a group photo. Thank you very much to our chairpersons. Please return to your seats.
And now it's time for the photo session. But Prof. Dato and Dr. Charlene, we still need you on stage with our online audience. So for our next part is the photo session with our online participant. And for online participant, please switch on your camera for the photo shoot session. And do not switch off your camera until we've told you, because we will have a 2 photo shoot page by page from Microsoft Teams. And thank you for your cooperation. And all our online participants, we would appreciate if you can switch on your camera for this photo shoot session. All right, if you have switched on your camera, we will let our photographer to take the photo. All right, and for the next page on Teams, okay, 1, 2, and 3. All right, thank you. Thank you, Prof. Dato and Dr. Charlene. You may return to your seat now.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain seated as you are, as we will take a group photo inside the Dewan Tun Chancellor Hall. We will take photographs. Our photographers will be on stage taking a group photo from there of everyone here. So all participants, all presenters, Inventex Junior students also, please face the camera and smile, please. Cameraman, ready everyone? Everyone, put on your biggest smile, brightest Colgate smile. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Thank you. Awesome. And now, ladies and gentlemen,
it's time for our President, Prof. Dato, alongside with Dr. Charlene, to do the presidential tour of InventX 2025 in this hall. But the excitement doesn't stop here. The judging for today's showcase officially begins now and will continue until 12:30 p.m. So to all InventX participants, best of luck.
After the presidential tour in this hall, we will continue with the keynote speakers for DIFCON 2025. So all DIFCON participants, please remain seated. All the best to all Inventex participants. We begin Inventex presidential tour, yes.
Shaping the digital future. Organized by Multimedia University and MMU Energy, where innovation, research, and impact intersect. From around the world, Utah, Tunku Abdul Rahman University of Technology, Telkom University, University. A convergence of global minds shaping the digital future. Organized by Multimedia University and MMU Energy, where innovation, research, and impact intersect. Co-organized by esteemed institutions from around the world. Utah, Tunku Abdul Rahman University of Management and Technology, Telkom University, University Technology Malaysia, University Technology Petronas, University Kuala Lumpur, Universidad Siglo XXI, University Tenaga Nasional, Universitas Ciputra, Amity University, and RMIT University. The conference is proudly sponsored by the Institute for Data Innovation and Artificial Intelligence and family business Nusantara Foundation. DIFCON is a multidisciplinary platform featuring 6 co-located conferences, bringing together researchers from across the globe, focused on research that impacts the digital futures of our society and aligned with the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Inside DIFCON, we present CITIC, MICON, ICTIM, ICCM, and ICLD, 6 unique conferences under one banner of digital transformation. These 6 co-located conferences come together to create a vibrant ecosystem of academic discovery and innovation. DIFCON 2025 welcomes world-class keynote speakers, thought leaders from academia, industry, and policy. CITIC's 2025 theme is Emerging Technologies for Sustainable Development. Keynote speakers and invited experts will explore how frontier technologies are shaping a better tomorrow. MICON presents its theme, Embracing the Future of Smart World Through Engineering, AI, and Technology, with speakers discussing the intersection of intelligence, automation, and green energy. ICTIM explores the theme, Embracing the Digital Renaissance, forging a sustainable business tomorrow through research and innovation, green entrepreneurship, and responsible leadership. ICCM's focus is revitalization of creative multimedia, intelligence, art, and design for sustainable futures, where multimedia DIFCON 2025, a convergence of global minds shaping the
This is Invent X 2025, where ideas ignite, innovation takes flight, and the future is forged by visionaries like you. Formerly known as RICES, Invent X has grown beyond boundaries, becoming a national hub of innovation, welcoming creators from across Malaysia and beyond. Over 240 groundbreaking projects lit up Invent X 2024, from computing and informatics, digital, creative, and cinematic arts, education and social science, to engineering, industrial design, and innovations aligned with the Sustainable Development Goals. A place where dreams are validated, networks are built, and impact begins. Whether you're an inventor seeking collaboration, an investor looking for the next breakthrough, or a curious mind hungry for discovery, Invent X 2025 welcomes you. This year, 2025, we're taking it to the next level. With support from leading industry partners and the cutting-edge minds at TMR&D. This is more than an exhibition. It's a launchpad for commercialization, a meeting point for academia, industry, and government. Invent X 2025, Ignite Ideas.
DIFCON and InventX. DIFCON. Sekejap, baru nak accept calendar. Aku dah dekat sini, nak accept calendar apa je apa. Tak bunyi lagi lah.
Ladies and gentlemen, and to all our physical attendees, may I have your attention to please return to your seat as we will begin our program with our keynote speeches. And we invite back all our VVIPs, Prof. Dato and Dr. Charlene, to return to the seat to continue with our next program. And that includes to all DIFCON participants, observers, presenters. You may return to your seat to continue for the next part of the program. Ladies and gentlemen, can I request for all our physical attendees inside this hall to return to the seat so that we can continue for our next part of our program, which is the keynote speeches from DIFCON 2025. All participants, observers, and presenters, can I request so that you can return to your seats so that we can continue for the next part of our program? Ladies and gentlemen, before we start, I would like to request once again to return to your seat before we continue. Ladies and gentlemen, please return to your seat as we will continue to the next agenda for our opening ceremony. Ladies and gentlemen, please return to your seat as we will begin shortly. All right, let's get back to business. I hope everyone is refreshed and excited to continue with our agenda for today. For the next session, we will hear a remarkable keynote presentations that surely will challenge our minds and broaden our perspectives from our distinguished keynote speaker, Yang Berbahagia, Professor Emeritus Tan Sri Datuk Zulkifli Abdul Razak. Tan Sri Zulkifli Abdul Razak, known as Tan Sri Zul, is an emeritus professor, educationist and scientist who has served as the 6th rector of the International Islamic University Malaysia from 1st of August 2018 to 31st of August 2024. And he is a former Vice Chancellor of University Science Malaysia from 2000 to 2011. He is previously served as President of the International Association of Universities, a UNESCO-affiliated organization, and was the convener of the RCE on Education for Sustainable Development. He is a fellow of the Academy of Science Malaysia, the World Academy of Art and Science, and the World Academy of Islamic Management. He is also an adjunct professor at UNIMAS. In 2017, he became the first Asian recipient of the prestigious Gilbert Medal and also received the Asia HRD Contribution to Society Award. Actively involved in multiple charity organizations, Tan Sri Zul chairs LIP ED Services Sendirian Berhad, a social enterprise focused on education. Tan Sri's scholarly contributions include books on leadership and education, such as Nurturing a Balanced Person and Fourth Industrial Revolution IR 4.0, the Leadership Dilemma. And today, ladies and gentlemen, we are so lucky to have him to share his thoughts and ideas on the innovation and societies. Without further ado, let's invite Tan Sri to the stage.
Ada.
Test.
Okey. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi taala wabarakatuh. Do you hear me? Tak ada. Hello. Ada. Do you hear me? Okay. Okay, balik semula. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Greeting of peace and salam sejahtera. Datuk Mazliham, Dr. Shirin, ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, let me first of all thank you for this very humbling experience talking to you, and for the first time in IMU, and after seeing what I've seen, I'm a little bit more nervous now in trying to present what I want to present, particularly after the magic show. I think magic show has taken the thrill out of everything else. But anyway, I'm been given an opportunity to give you a discussion on a topic called the weird world of digital futures. And I'm not a technologist, I'm not an IT person, I'm an ordinary healthcare professional, but I have a kind of a point of view of what the future looks like, particularly in the context of digital futures. Yeah? So I call it the weird world because I do not understand this thoroughly, and I would like to explain to you why I call this weird and what do we do after this. Calling it weird and not doing nothing about it is not an option as far as I'm concerned. Now, why do I call it weird? I've got it, this is an acronym, weird, because first of all, we need all to be wired up. Physically, at an early point of time, now it's not physical, but virtually we are all wired up, whether we like it or not, right? The second thing that I call it weird because it's all about an economic imperative. I think the last statement that I read is about this, where Meta, people like Zuckerberg, is trying to create a centralized AI system by hiring talents in the millions. And therefore competitors like OpenAI, Google, Anthropic are all under pressure to make sure that they are into this competition. As you read more about this, you find that the imperative is not about technology alone, it's about economy and the trillions of money that will roll into it if you do this well, right? The third thing is about what I see as an instructive thing. When you talk about AI, when you talk about technology, it is almost an instruction from outside. The makers or the creators will give an instruction, and therefore that instruction will be, quote unquote, the ground for this technology to work, right? And there are risk factors that most of us are not attuned to, are not sure of what we are talking about when we talk about it. And I'll give you some demonstration on this. And because of this, there's a kind of a disconnect. And the disconnect is what I'm going to hold on to. What is disconnect all about? The disconnect finally will come into what I call the dehumanizing part of what AI or technology is about. And it is now being bound into a new dilemma, as it were. In the academic world, we talk about publish or perish. Now, so do or die, and suddenly there's you digitalize or die. And these are the kind of words that have been bandied around, but we do not make sense out of this. And this is where I think this whole idea word comes into being, right? So we are now at the stage of trying to put this into our lifestyle, into our curriculum, into the kind of futures that we need, and we'll see this as a new picture everywhere we go. And I think in the reality, it could be even worse than this. More connection, more connectivity, but it is connectivity in the wireline science point of view, but not from the human point of view. The three things that we are supposed to learn is basically the experiential learning and also the multitasking. But the last one is the one that really affects me more. How are we dependent on technologies in accessing information and for interacting with others? In other words, we need to interact with others by using technology, not from a person-to-person kind of an activities. And we are given a title as digital natives. This word, I think, has been bandied around, but very little people think about what digital natives actually mean, and I will go into this a little bit more. So these are the dilemmas, the disconnect that I see that we need to address as far as the new things together. If we don't do this, I think we're running into a kind of AI trap. And the trap is about this whole idea of making us not a human person in the total sense of the word. The word dehumanizing comes all again. And what is then AI? Yeah? One definition says, although AI stands for artificial intelligence, the only intelligent things about this is us. It's not the technology per se. The technology comes from what we do, and we are the one that is intelligent. I want you to remember this, because at the end of the day, it is our responsibility, even to the extent that when we talk about the application of the machine learning, the algorithm that are interpreted as performing tasks intelligently by us. So it all goes down to us, human person, and if we do not know what we are doing, then we are the one who is at fault, not the technology per se. And this is where I think the trap is in terms of the disconnectivity, which I'm going to explain to you about, right? So we see now things like this. Yeah? We need more human intelligence as we try to figure out artificial intelligence. From what I see, many people has, forgo this human intelligence and depending on artificial intelligence alone, on ChatGPT or AI or whatever it is, the role of a human person in the use and the make of AI is totally dismissed in this particular context, right? If you have not seen this movie, I think you better see it now. There is a case where a robot has been converted into a human person by humanizing the technology. In other words, we are beginning to think about it, but it is not a mainstream thinking. because technology has dominated our thinking. In fact, our definition of human person as far as it is concerned. This is a very nice movie that explains to you what AI is all about in the long term. Now, the last article that I read, this is somewhere in maybe last week or something like that. Yeah? The real workplace threat isn't AI. The threat is basically our disconnect, particularly leaders, presidents of universities, deans and policymakers. The disconnect is about us leading where technology needs to go, right? And it says here the nostalgic plea for the pre-AI leadership is called for the leaders to show employee that something AI can never be, and that's being a human being. So I'm going back to the theme, as a human person, what can we do as far as AI is concerned? For that, we need to understand who we are and how do we actually manage this particular problem. So while the disconnect silently eats away the corporate world, executives blindly plow with AI implementation, and in doing so, are making the issue worse. A study of 250 workers in US, UK, and Australia reveals 77% of employees of AI has increased their workload, with 1 in 3 full-time employees saying that they will quit their job in the next 6 months. I don't know whether this is happening in Malaysia, but if it's happening in other developed countries, it is bound to happen also in Malaysia. So they have got now a word called a disconnect workforce, a term that gets thrown around by a lot of people's function, and too often is dismissed by leadership in HR as HR fluff. Yeah? But when you are disconnected to this hard fact, it's really like a death by 1,000 invisible cuts. So the understanding of AI on the impact of human person, the kind of workforce, the kind of work activity we do is something that we still do not understand if this is a negative impact that we're getting even so early in this whole idea of what AI is giving us. I want to go back to the disconnect that I talked to you about. The disconnect, I think, can be traced back to the so-called Industrial Revolution. We talked about this a lot, but I think we have not talked about it in the full dimension of it. First of all, when we recognize industrial revolutions are good, it's brought a lot more good things to us, but most of us has underestimated that the overall activities, while it is good, there are bad ones too. And most of us do not talk about it, the kind of pollution, the kind of waste, the kind of social imbalances that we see, and we often just disregard it. Let's take the first 2 industrial revolutions. No? The first 2 industrial revolutions, whether you like it or not, is about pollution. The steam engine and the mass production are all about producing pollution in quantities, so much so that the global warming now is referred back to a 300-year problem in the 1700s. Now we are grappling with this, but the problem starts 300 years ago because we do not understand, or if you don't understand, we also do not care about it, now has brought a lot more pollutions. With pollution, there is a lot of death, right? And we see this now, and that's why we are grappling about this whole idea of climate change or climate crisis. And between the second revolution and the third revolution, there's a lot of wars. The Second World War, the First World War, and a lot more death. And these are all something to do with technology. War at that time was the kind of, output that comes from many of these technologies. Now we learn there is this pollution, and therefore we create another revolution called the digital age, which is supposed to be a clean sort of a revolution with technology and so on and so forth. But what do we add at the end of it? We've got another sort of problem, which is called loneliness. All right? So the COVID-19 tells us loneliness will be the next epidemic that we will face, whether we like it or not. And this we are grappling with the whole question of mental health and so on and so forth. apart from these other issues that we're facing in the first, second, and the third industrial revolution. So when you talk about AI now, what do we see? What do we expect from AI? And nobody can tell me actually what is going to happen when AI is on its full implementation, apart from the studies that we have got now. For sure, there will be a negative impact. And what is a negative impact is something that nobody can tell us for sure. But we begin to see other ways of looking at this. The Japanese, for example, are not talking about industrial revolution per se. They are talking about society 5.0. And the society 5.0, according to them, is a human-centered society that balances economy, technology, advancement, solving society problem with super intelligence AI. Suddenly it shifts from technology to human-centric sort of outcome rather than just technological outcome. And if this is what we are facing, then what do we do next? Yeah? So in other words, we need not to discount the negative effects, but now begin to understand where the disconnects are, and quite certainly, as far as I'm concerned, the Industrial Revolution alone do not give us a problem. They do not give us a solution. And this is one, again, very early in June 18, that talks about ChatGPT may be eroding critical thinking skills, according to a study in MIT, no less. Huh? And what did the researchers say? They say ECG records of writers' brain activity, for those of us who write, across 32 regions, found that 3 groups of ChatGPT users has the lowest brain engagement and constantly underperform at the neural, linguistic, and the behavioral level. And this is certainly about university, certainly about school, certainly about educating ourselves. This is what ChatGPT is all about. Yeah? And over a course of several months, ChatGPT user got lazier with each subsequent essay and often resorting to cut and paste by the end of the study. If this is what ChatGPT is going to bring into education, into institution of learning, then I think we need to think about this, how we're going to resolve this particular problem. Right? There are more, but because there's no time, I will not go through it. But I would like to bring to the third point, the brain-only group, in other words, the group that do not rely on ChatGPT or AI per se, show the highest neural connectivity, especially in alpha, theta, and delta band, that is the ECG sort of wave, which are associated with creativity, ideation, memory load, and semantic processor. There you are. You have a choice now whether to work with ChatGPT 100% or rely on yourself as a human person, as an independent thinker, only using AI as a support rather than as a substitute, the way it is seen today. Okay? So these are findings that are coming in. And these are other findings that talk about the mounting challenges in higher education coming from what they call the liberal arts college are essential. And what does it mean as far as Malaysia is concerned? We are not talking about STEM, science, technology, engineering, mathematics. We are now lobbying, and we have been doing this to what we call STEAM, science, technology, E is ethics, A is arts, M is management. Enough with science and technology to cover engineering and mathematics. Why? Because it's a liberal arts are right at the center of this, and how do we help young people to prepare them to be critical thinkers, good communicators, having abilities, resilience, which is a big issue now, leadership skill to navigate our world. It is never seemed to be important, but I feel they are doing it. So are we in Malaysia, in our university, particularly technological university, talking about STEAM or STEM? And do we start with STEAM or STEM? This is another issue, which means this. Okay? The rise of AI will make liberal arts degrees popular again, and there are reasons for this. And one of the reasons that we become humanized again, rather than dehumanized the way I mentioned it earlier as far as AI and technology is concerned. So these are new findings and new awareness of how we deal with AI, not the way we deal with the other technologies. A good comparison is this. First Industrial Revolution, when you talk about education, this is what it means. mastering the 3R, writing, reading, arithmetic. Yeah? And everybody an expert, a teacher is an expert that we learn from this expert. It is a factory model. Universities, to me, are like a factory now. We produce human capital to work for the industry, okay? At a very passive, very kind of unidirectional, and is en masse in that particular case. There's a period of this, K-12 they call it. The teachers knows best, the physical classroom, and there's very little technology. That was the first industrial revolution. And if you go to the next one, which is the fourth industrial revolution, you can see the stark contrast. Yeah? Let's start. Nobody is an expert anymore. Everybody facilitated. We need to learn and depend on each other's quote-unquote know-how. Yeah? It's no longer a factory model. We need to customize to everybody's talent. It is not a one-size-fits-all anymore. So this mass production, this mass teaching is no longer relevant as far as the fourth industrial revolution. It is not a K-12, it is lifelong. You know this, yeah? Teacher knows better than everybody knows. Everybody can do it because they are accessible to some of the technologies that we do. And more important thing for me is there is more technology now, anytime, anywhere, any device. But as you see, as more technologies comes in, what happened? Sorry. What happened? We are not talking about the 3 R's anymore. We are talking about multi-intelligence, including emotional, spiritual, social intelligence, not just IQ anymore. And where does this come from? This comes from the kind of technology that we're dealing with. We need to train the whole person rather than part of a person the way we trained them 300 years ago during the first industrial revolution. These are the things that is happening now that I think we are not taking this into account when we understand what technology is all about as far as the future is concerned. Now, as I read a lot more, we see new terminologies coming in. One is what we call digital dehumanization. Not just dehumanization, the word digital defined as a process where human beings are reduced to numbers, to data, to percentages, not the human person that we know. Yeah? Which is then used to make decisions or take action that negatively affect their lives. And I think this is happening. We talk about the KPIs and so on and so forth. We are subjected to. We are going into this process of digital dehumanization, whether we like it or not. Yeah? And what is the consequence? The consequence is a process will deprive people of dignity, demeans individual humanity, and remove or replaces human involvement. So these are issues that is coming back again and again. Where is the human centricity as you talk about technology per se in this particular context, right? And the decision that you're going to make as far as it is concerned. Okay? So where is the future? The future is about how do you actually get rid of this human dehumanization, which is now waiting the way we make decisions moving forward. Yeah? How do you remove this from the technological point of view is a question that we are beginning to ask ourselves as far as the future is concerned. Okay. These are things that have been happening that we're taking in for granted. I think you remember in the middle 2000, we have these robots called Sophia, right? And Sophia talks in her discussion, I will destroy human beings. And that starts up the discussion whether we are safe under this whole idea of technology or AI or robotics and so on and so forth. And this is not new because more than 100 years ago, there's a composition called Metropolis. It talks also about the evil of AI in this particular context. So the idea of AI going against human beings is something that is not new to us. It is something that's been there and predicted for some time. Yeah? And the latest, I think it gives us a better shift that talks about another robot called Ida who can draw now, using cameras, using robotic arms, using AI, and these are the paintings that she's been drawing. And the artists now are up in arms because this will be then copyrighted and they will be losing as far as their productivity is concerned. So you can see these robots are coming in very different ways of life, and how do you actually look at this? And I want to go back to the first handphone that we have, Nokia, in the 1980s, that talks about Nokia connecting people, right? And this is Nokia, which is now not present anymore, taken up by different sort of brands, yeah? But this whole idea of connecting people is something that I think we need to relook and revisit again. And what do I mean by this? Yeah? I mean by saying that, look, at the end of the day, the authentic intelligence is more important than the artificial intelligence. The new word is now authentic intelligence, because it is understood that technology cannot replace the human connection. How do you maintain the human connection is beyond the wiring up that I talked to you about in the weird world of the digital futures. And I want to rename this as A to I. A is the authenticity, I is about the intelligence, and that intelligence is inherent in us. We are born with this intelligence. We don't need to import, quote unquote, an artificial intelligence to make us work. We can live without it. And my thesis on this will then be a wiser thesis rather than a weird thesis. We have seen this, all right? We talk about AI. We talk about being instructive, being imitative. In other words, what AI does is to collect whatever there is and present it to you again in a different format maybe. It looks efficient, it looks nice because it is more comprehensive than we know, but that is not about it, because the connectivity is not there in terms of the human connectivity. And what do I need to do now is to change this into a different acronym, which I call WISER. What do I mean by WISER? WISER to me stands for this. It is training not a wiring up person, but a whole human person, as it were. Okay? Including what I would call now not digital natives, but spiritual natives. I am born as a spiritual native first before the digital natives comes in. With that spirituality, I've got two values which is important in me, which is trying to be empathic or compassionate. That do not exist in AI. How do you bring this as a value to make the human person better than the technology is something that I want to discuss with you, right? So spirituality is important, and that spirituality makes us the authenticity that we are as a human person, given the values, given the kind of, holisticness or wholesomeness that I talked to you about, so that at the end of the day, we can basically rehumanize ourselves. We are talking about dehumanization. How do you bring this humanization again? By having this whole idea of we can be resilient to whatever challenges that's happening around. The COVID-19 tells us we do not have this resiliency anymore as we go through whatever we have gone through as far as education is concerned. So moving from weird to wiser is my solution, and taking into account the authenticity in terms of its inherentness and also its intelligence. Okay? Now, as I went through, I saw one advertisement that talks about be authentic, be you. There's one handphone which I'm not going to publicize it, but you know which handphone it is. To be authentic and to be you is what the world needs today, and not AI per se. If AI, but how do you retain being authentic and being us as far as it's concerned? So I'm going to end up with that kind of a thesis and say, look, spirituality now has got a different dimension. It is an article that comes out in one of the newspapers, Spirituality Through AI. What does it mean? According to the author, these digital platforms aim to democratize spiritual support, providing accessible, non-judgmental companionship for the inner exploration. All this while we are talking about the outer exploration when we are wired up with other technologies. But how do you do this in the inner way, inherent way, the authentic way, the way it is done, right? So last but not least then, how do you see this? We don't need to work just on the brain itself. There's another inherent seat of learning, which is called the heart. How do you get the heart and the brain to work together to produce that wholesome human being, which is instructive, with spiritual values, and also connecting with themselves and other people, not only through technology, but as a kind of a human connection that we talked about. Yeah? And there you are. At the end of the day, you've got a human person who is very vibrant, very agile, and who can bounce up and down. Yeah? It's in a way of talking about the resiliency that I was talking to you about. Yeah? In the 70s, when they do this microchip, I remember this comes out in one of the t-shirts that talks about Iman inside. It used to be Intel inside, right? But this is a time when we say there is something inside you beyond just the chips, which is the spirituality. The word Iman here is basically about beliefs and spirituality. And how is it that we can connect it to all forms of life by being human again, by having this idea of being resilient, and therefore we live with a full life with everything around us, not only human person, but the environment that we talked to you about, right? So this is the kind of work that I think we need to work on, yeah? So we know there is this inherent intelligence in us, but it's time to switch it on. All this while, we have not ignored it. When you talk about ChatGPT, the computer, not ourselves, and where is it? How do we switch it on? So at the end of the day, we get the wiser solution rather than the weird solution. And that wiser solution is about the heart, the hand, and the head working together as a whole human person. You need to be authentic, yeah? You need to be also you in this particular case. In other words, be human the way we should be human in our spiritual native way of looking at the human person, right? Last two slides is about a reminder from one very compassionate person, Gandhi. To believe in something and not to live with it is dishonest. And I think in the academic world, this kind of dishonesty has been going on for too long and too far. How do you come back and say, I believe in this and therefore I need to work through this, rather than leaving it alone because the demands of something else carry better than what I believe. I think this is something that we need to think about as we move forward. And last but not least, I want to end up with, can we take the weird world, change it into a wiser world by being authentic? All right? And for that, I think we need to do two things. One is to be the whole person again. And for that, I think we need to also thank you for being yourself. The moment we become ourselves, we become authentic. The moment we become authentic, we are well guarded against the many other explorations around us, which is useful, but will not subject us to a dehumanization that we talked to you about. So thank you very much for listening. Sorry for taking a lot of your time, but I hope you understand where I'm coming from. Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you, Tan Sri. And now we open the floor for question and answer session. So if you have a question, you can raise your hand. Our committee members will pass the microphone to you. And Tan Sri, we also are waiting for the questions for online audience as well.
Yes, I'll try to do my best if there's a question. Can you speak slowly because my hearing is not so good?
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Tan Sri, for a very enlightening session. As always, you have touched upon the human side of education. One question is that with the advent of technology and the changes in education, how do we determine what is right and what is wrong? Because we have so much information around us. So how do we determine, especially for teachers, how do we guide our children so that we are able to teach our children what is right and what is wrong? Thank you.
I think that's a very good question and a very difficult one. I am faced with these cliches that have been brought into us. Two cliches that actually trouble me. It's about the only constant is change. You know? In other words, we have to look forward for change all the time. And sometimes we call it innovation. Right? In other words, we cannot stay put in one position or in one idea or in one opinion until we go into change. If you don't go into change, then they say you are outdated and you are not following the streams. Yeah? So, from my training as a child, we were told that there is a reference point somewhere. In other words, not everything changes. This whole technology things that change all the time, something which is new to me. So there is a reference point, and in the Malay culture, kita silap, kita balik ke pangkal jalan. In other words, if you lost your way, you go back to where you started. And that starting point is a reference point. And that reference point is an important point to make sure that you don't get lost. But in the world today, if you don't do this, the president who don't do this, then they kata, oh, Dr. Mazlam ni tak inovatif. He stay put. You know? Yes, you can make changes, but your reference points do not change. And this is what we are now facing today, plus the influx of technology. You have this technology change, this technology change. But what does it mean to us as a human person when this technology forces you to change, when you are actually not ready for that change? Take a technology that talks about that we need now to talk about just numbers, KPIs. There's another cliche that I'm having problem with. Yeah? Anything get measured, get done. If you cannot measure it, cannot do it, then forget about it. How do you measure ethics? How do you measure emotions? How do you measure spirituality? How do you measure beliefs? These are the reference points that make who you are. But yet now all this needs to be quantified. Yeah? Dalam kita punya falsafah pendidikan kebangsaan in our blue book, so to speak, which will end this year, there are 6 things that we need to do as far as moving forward is concerned. And the 2 things is, one is about ethics and morality, the other one is about national identity. And as far as I know, no school focus on this because they do not know how to measure ethics, they do not know how to measure morality, they do not know how to measure national identity, and therefore they go back to whatever that can be measured. The one that cannot be measured are not thought at all. Now, this is where I think the starting point that we need to start discussing about. You know, are all these cliches that are given to us are true cliches, or do we need to say, look, enough is enough. We need a reference point, and that reference points are values. What are the values? The values of ethics, the values of morality, the values of, you know, being honest, and all the things that we've been talking about that is now in mumbo jumbo as far as this country is concerned. We talk about corruption, it's about all this reference point that has gone away. So I would like to believe when you ask me this question, where do we start? We need to start by being authentic in the sense that what are the value systems that we need to stay on? And this is not about religion. Nah? I just want to also underline that. Yeah? That these values are, it cut across religion, it cut across culture, it cut across even times. And that's why we call it a reference point. But what is a reference point that we can agree on so that we can understand at the end of the day, unless these reference points are safeguarded, then your IT does not mean much. I'll give you one simple example. We were in Hiroshima last 2 weeks. We are talking about the atomic bomb. We are talking about how to prevent war. My daughter, my father, coincidentally, is a survivor of the atomic bomb. is the sole Malaysia that survived the atomic bomb in 1945. My daughter in Hiroshima talked to this ChatGPT and say, is there a Malaysian that survived the atomic bomb? That's her first question. Quickly the answer comes from the ChatGPT, there is one person. And she's so happy, she knew at least the grandfather got recognized. And asked the question, who is this person? And the name that comes out is Hakimi Habibullah, not Abdul Razak Abdul Hamid, which happens to be the grandfather. So she was stunned. And she then asked another question, what about Abdul Razak Abdul Hamid, which is the grandfather? And immediately the answer comes from the ChatGPT, no, it is not Hakimi Habibullah, it's Abdul Razak Abdul Hamid. Means if my daughter do not know that the grandfather is a survivor of the atomic bomb, then the news that goes out is this Hakimi Habibullah. And when we try and Google who is this Hakimi Habibullah from the internet, there's no information about this particular person. Now, that is a simple example of very direct answer of a person who survived the atomic bomb, and the ChatGPT got it wrong. Imagine when there are many other answers which overlaps with one another, and you think the ChatGPT is 100% right. So these are issues that I think we really need to come back to and find out what are we educating for and how do we educate this and where is the relevant technology as far as is concerned. If we don't get this right, we will go into another different world that at the end of the day it is out of our control, because you find that the ChatGPT will tell us what to do and we have no other counter way of telling that they are wrong in this particular case. I don't know whether I'm answering your question, but we need to go back to the very fundamental. What are the values and how do these values actually safeguard human person rather than the technology per se? Thanks.
Okay, Tan Sri, we might have another one questions from the floor.
Yes.
Thank you for the opportunity. So I'm Sylvie from Universitas Brawijaya. Thank you for your sessions. My question is, how can educational institutions harness technological disruptions to not only adapt but also optimize learning outcome for our students? As our students right now, they are the digital native. So the digital native, as the Z generations, they are very skilled in technological advanced optimizations, but on the other hand, they have to in line with our learning outcomes, and like you mentioned about moral and also how as the teacher, as the lecturer, we have to ensure that this digital native individual, our students, Z generation, they have to in line in our track in education's ethics. What's the strategies do you think it will be effective? Thank you.
So your question is, how do we actually get the students to be
equal in technological advancement skill and learning outcomes of our university in ethical ways?
Okay. My response to your question is basically, I want to start with the spiritual native first before I start with the digital natives. As I've mentioned, we were all born, at least from our religious beliefs, that there is some sort of intelligence in us. Otherwise, we will not be the person that we are supposed to be. How do we eat? How do we walk? How do we have sympathy and all these things, these good values that are in us? And how do you enhance that so that we become the human person first, that you understand what is it to be a human being? To be a human being is to make sure that other human beings survive at the same time. To be human being is not to hate other people. Be human being is about, how do we live in a group? And the kind of values that we are trying to bring under the so-called Sustainable Development Goals. The 17 goals, there are more. In fact, we have created one Sustainable Development Goal, 18, which is called spirituality. Now, until and unless you know what a human being is all about and the role of spiritual values in it, then we are not ready for technology. We are not ready for technology. Because then, like our children, when they have problems, they will consult the technology first rather than consulting themselves. What do I mean by consulting ourselves? We will probably be better human person if we know what the values are in us. And that values is almost resided in the heart, the kalbu. Yeah? Kita sembahyang, kita wirid, kita do meditation, is all about connecting ourselves to ourselves. The internet within us, not the internet outside us. Now, at what point do we connect that? At what point are we told to do that? When I end up by, let's switch on our internet. In other words, how do we actually make sure that our humanity is always safeguarded? And that is education. You cannot leave this to any Tom, Dick, and Harry without educating them. And that's why religious education, ethics, and things like that becomes an important tool to be taught to students. But it is not taught anymore. With that, then you are armed to deal with the technology outside. Because we know where you are coming from. You know what are the values that you hold to, and the values that comes outside is not similar to yours. You may want to question it. And this is a different process of education altogether. Here, to be honest with you, we don't have that. And suddenly we go into a university and we are given this computer, and we think this computer is a solution to our life. It is not. Right? I want to quote by giving another example. There was a study maybe 5 years ago. It's a 10-country studies, all right, that involved 8 developed countries and 2 developing countries, so happen. The 8 developing countries, including Germany, Japan, US, UK, all the technologically advanced countries. The 2 not technologically advanced are Malaysia and India. So happened. I don't know how we got into that, but it so happened. The first question of that study was, how many of these people in this country can live in a day without looking at their handphone? If I ask you, how many of you can live in a day without looking at your handphone? Yeah? It's a tough question. 1. Yeah? The answer to the Japanese, they say 80% of them can live without looking at the handphone in a day. Japan, technologically advanced. 80% can live without it. Germany, 70% can live without looking at the handphone in a day. US maybe 50%. The rest are all above 50% in the developed countries. In Malaysia, only 20% can live without looking at the handphone in a day. In India, only 30% can live without looking at the handphone in a day. I am actually, so shocked to find how do the developed countries are able to control themselves without looking at a handphone. When they are technologically advanced, you could imagine the handphones are everywhere, and therefore they should be more dependent on the handphone. Why do countries like Malaysia and India cannot do this? I asked my Japanese friend, how do you do this? He says, to the Japanese, a handphone is a necessity, not something that they need to live with. And he made a good comparison. He says, a handphone is like a toilet. If I want to use a toilet, I go into the toilet. When I'm done, I walk out. I want to go to the toilet again, I will go again. So I used it when I need it. But for the Malaysian, apparently, I'm not too sure for the Indian, but for Malaysian, apparently, we live in the toilet all the time. Whether we need or not, we will stay in the toilet as much as we could because we think it is a necessity in that particular context. So all these things, I think, needs to be understood, that why we are addicted to a technology, because we are not told how to use this technology. Yeah? We are not told what is this technology for. I go back to my experience about cigarette. Why do people smoke cigarette? Because they do not understand what cigarette do to them as far as addiction is concerned. What is it that the handphone do to you on addiction is concerned? So we need to start education on training who we are, so that that particular training or that particular education can safeguard us from what are the other challenges that come from the outside rather than from the inside. And that's all I think. In Indonesia, I think this is better because we've got the pesantren. I know that most of the pesantren will be, very strict on using technology. And I think that's a training that we need as far as it's concerned. And Sweden is doing it now. If I'm not mistaken, Sweden are saying, look, we need to train the human being to be a human person first before we bring in the technology. And these are the things that I think we need to discuss and make sure that we are on the right track as far as moving into the future is concerned. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum.
Thank you, Yang Berbahagia Professor Emeritus Tan Sri Datuk Zulkifli Abdul Razak for the speech. I believe that everyone in this hall is very inspired with that speech. Ladies and gentlemen, Tan Sri, Puan Sri, Datuk, Datin, Professors and Doctors, we will continue our next agenda with our second keynote speaker. Let's invite Professor Dr. Ricky Siswanto to the stage. Dr. Ricky Siswanto is an academic and graphic designer specializing in visual identity design, with a focus on branding for local businesses and SMEs. His work explores dynamic visual identity, flexible evolving brand systems, as well as social graphic design that engages with communities and cultural contexts. Current research areas include controlled randomness, brand recognition, generative design, and user interaction. And Dr. Ricky, with a strong academic background and active involvement in research and community projects, he bridged theory and practice to help brands build adaptable, socially grounded visual identities. And without further ado, let us welcome our second keynote speaker for the day, Dr. Ricky Siswanto.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you for the opportunity. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Introduce myself. My name is Dr. Ricky Siswanto, and I am from Telkom University, Bandung, Indonesia. So today I'd like to presenting the idea of the research that I've been doing for several years. Yeah. Okay, so today our presentation will be like from fixed to fluid, how to control randomness drive the future of brand identity. So a little bit about my background. My background is a graphic designer, and I studied graphic designer from the bachelor, master into PhD, and it's becoming something that related to today, which is the brand identity, and then it moved to digital media because when we talk about graphic design, when we're talking about brand identity, it's always related to the media, and the media is ever changing. It's always changing. We used to have the printed media, we used to have radio, and then television, and now we have the internet. And it's always been changing. That's why it's emerging what we call a dynamic brand identity, which is some things that related to the digital media, and it's also becoming generative brand identity. And then the question would be, how does it really related to the AI that we've been living with us almost every day? Yeah, we use AI in every everything, and that will be the question, yeah. And then so branding itself is actually coming from the words to burn, yeah. So back then it was something that the idea is to marking the cattle or the ownership of the animals, and then the idea is to giving sort of a symbolic of ownership, and from that idea it's evolving into something that what we call logos these days. Yeah. The thing is, because it is like a sort of stamp, it's remained fixed. And then we used to have like the printed media, which it's not really, can't really change. But now we have digital. That's what makes the idea can be interchangeable. But the idea is from that. So the brand identity itself is about how the audience responding to the brand equity, and brand equity reflecting and the brand identity reflecting the values of the brand identity to the audience. So it's sort of like the image that created in between the audience and also the brand itself. Yeah. And so how often do we see logo these days? As I mentioned before, the media is changing, the logo, so does brand identity. Because if I ask you how often do we see logo these days, maybe not much, yeah? We've seen it printed everywhere, but from our daily life, maybe in several, in almost everyday life, we hardly see logo in a traditional method, yeah, in a traditional way. We don't really see it like, well, we do. For example, like this, we see Instagram, we see it in the avatar and everything, but it doesn't really showing up as much as we used to have, because the media is always changing. The interface between the audience and also with the brand is also changing. So we used to have that the logo used to be the center of the identity. The logo used to be like the main symbol that can be replicated into so many medias. For example, like the A is the logo, and then we have all the media, for example, like the letterhead, a business card, and everything. It's replicated, and it's just like doesn't really, never change, yeah, because it's printed, yeah. But this day, since we have the digital media, we have social media, we have a room to make it livable, yeah, to make it flexible. So that's the idea, because the media is changing, so that's the identity. So in the 90s, we have the MTV logo. This is, I believe, that one of the first logo that implement the dynamic identity, because back then, MTV is, for those who don't know, MTV is a music television, music and video clips in the television, yeah. And then they always changing the logo, yeah, meaning that there is no certain colors, even the certain lines, even they changing also the shape of the logo itself, which is used to believe is unacceptable, because us as a graphic designer, we believe that logo should be fixed, should be never change the color, they cannot be rotated, they cannot be stretched, because it's very sacred, and if you stretch it, if you change the color, it changes the meaning. But since we have the idea of digitalization and new media, we have room to be more flexible. So the research that I've done, we analyzed several logo. Up until these days, up to 50 logo that applying the dynamic identity. I will show you several of them. And then this is one of the logo, sorry. So the rule is, the blue line is actually the fixed element. So beyond that, we can create everything. So even though this flexible, it cannot be like the pure freedom. You still have to have the limitation of something to become more flexible. So the key is, to becoming more flexible, it has to have strict rules, which is the more flexible, the strictest the rule should be. Yeah. So the rule is any graphic ornamentation that feels in shape like a logo. It could be anything. It could be change color, shape, and everything, as long as it fits, and it can be identified. It can be identified because the purpose of the logo is to identify the brand. So if it cannot be identified, that would be like that would be catastrophic because that the main purpose of having a logo is to identify, no matter how flexible the logo is. So this is Airbnb. Airbnb also unique because this can be shaped as the variation are like laying up into the main logo. So they are flexible, but still in the area of the main logo. So it can be still recognizable. So that's the key. You can be flexible, but also has to be recognizable. This is the one of the Museum of Art in the United States. So this is the variety of the logo. So all this logo is the logo. So it's not the single fixed one, but we can see there is sometimes some sort of pattern. Yeah, it still have the rules. So the rules would be the triangle. So everything that shaped like triangle, they are fit in the triangle. So it can be read as the letter A, so it can be read as the art, but it also can be represent the complexity of the museum, because the museum is something that there is so many artifacts inside, there are so many items, it cannot be simplified. So that's why the benefit of having a dynamic logo is it can be flexible, but it also can be illustrate the complexity. Yeah. So this is the MIT Media Lab. This is more complex because all of these are the logo, but we can still, they are tied up with the certain colors, so they cannot go beyond these three colors, and they are actually in a grid where they can be so many possibilities, but they cannot go beyond the rules. That's the thing. So they can change, but they should have remain the same or remain constant in the rules. So that's basically what we call a dynamic identity. The thing is, it's changing the paradigm of that what we used to believe, that logo, it should be fixed, it cannot be rotated. Because I've been taught when I was in a bachelor degree, when I do logo, I should have not rotate the logo or stretch the logo. But since I know that dynamic identity exists, it seems like the antithesis of what I've been taught. So that's what we call disruption. And then the idea of what we used to have is we used to work with the keyword, and then we simplify the complexity into one single logo or one single symbol, which is very hard, because once we simplify the complexity, it cannot be complex anymore. And that's the spirit that we used to have when we designing a logo. So we have concept, and then the concept is how to simplify all those keywords into one single logo. But with dynamic identity, it goes different direction, meaning that the dynamic identity, it can project it into several logo variation instead of being in a single and fixed identity. And instead of having a concept, we're having a system that control everything, so they cannot be they can be flexible, whilst they can also maintain the recognizability, which is the key of having an identity. So this is, sorry, can I go back? Yeah. So this is what I call system. So it's work like an algorithm. We as a designer, we're not just designing a single symbol or a single logo anymore. Instead of, we are designing a system. We're designing the algorithm. We can decide what should remain the same, and what can be one sort of element that can be flexible. And with those formula, we can create a dynamic and flexible identity. So it's always start with the brand concept and strategy. Of course, I believe that there's not everything should be flexible, but we work with the algorithm and identity system, and then it will become the dynamic identity. That's how it works. So this is the concept that I projected. So the consistency this day is not just not just the fixed symbol, but instead of that, we have the control, randomness, and recognizability. So these variables are determined the quality of the dynamic identity, because we should be random, yeah, but it should be controlled at the same time, but it also has to be being able to be recognized at the same time as well. So without variable, that will determine the quality of the identity. So that's why I come up with the formula, not to make things complicated, but to simplify the complexity. So this is why I come up with. So I call it DYB or DB. Yeah, it's a dynamic identity. It's a controlled randomness and for recognizability, and then it's equals to structural randomness by core consistency. So with that, we can measure the quality of dynamic identity. We can also measure the quality of identity in general, not just the logo. And from that, we can actually measure the quality of the identity itself. It can be the more variation but less rule. It can be chaos identity. Or the less rule can be less variation in unidentified, because it's really hard to recognize. And also, if has a very strict rules, then also more variation, it can be identified as the dynamic identity. So this is one of the classification of the how flexible and how recognizable the identity itself. So what I'm trying to say here is not just about designing the logo. It's more about how can we adapt the system into our brand, meaning that I do believe that dynamic identity cannot be applied in any types of institution. Yeah. Yes, it can be applied to something related to technology, but some things that related to some things that like a very formal institution. But the spirit of flexibility is actually some things that I'm trying to promote here. If we see Apple logo, they are very strict. They are very strict in shape. They remain the same. They cannot be stretched. If we're buying the stretched Apple logo, it shouldn't be original because it's stretched, yeah, and that's the problem. But Apple has the DNA, not just from the logo. It has all the product are having the same curve. No matter is it the phone, the tablet, or the laptops, and they have same materials like aluminum, and that's the language, and that's also identity, meaning that it can be flexible, they can use several identity, but from the material itself, we can recognize the brand, yeah? And that's what I'm trying to say is how can we projecting the concept of dynamic identity into the product that we have. And also from the designing, for example, pictogram for science systems, something like that, it's actually, we think like an algorithm, actually. So the basic shape of all this pictogram is actually from that basic shape. So it's just the variety of the shape and combining into this a certain symbol that we are trying to have. So so it can be projecting into so many design and also character design. Yeah, character design. For this is the Simpson, meaning that we can create ourselves into the character like the Simpson, and it still look like the Simpson because it has that identity that can be customized. Okay. Yeah, this is one of the famous people because we can still know them as the famous people with the Simpson characteristic. And few months ago, it's kind of like gone viral about the Ghibli, if you know it. It's about the people are going criticizing about the ethical issue of using AI for Ghibli because the owners of the Ghibli, they don't even creating these images. But the thing is, from the AI, if we're thinking about the identity, it's not just a symbol. It's a formula that can be projecting and into customizable object. The quality is still in the Ghibli identity, meaning that why don't we focus on creating the value and the variation or the algorithm instead of creating a single image or a single design. And this is also, BMW has been around for hundreds of years, and they keep constant using the grille design as their identity, even though the EV doesn't require a grille in their design, but they still use it as the DNA of the identity. So in this day, what I'm trying to say, designing identity is not just designing a logo. Instead, if we think designing is like designing an algorithm, we can projecting the identity into more flexible and into more variety of design. Yeah, and it's getting stronger because it gives us flexibility, it gives us identity, but it's not just it can be something that's not boring, for example. Yeah, so yeah, I think that's it from me today. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Ricky. And let's open the question and answer session to the floor. Is there any questions? Okay, Tan Sri, I have a question.
Yes, that's right. Sorry.
From what I was talking just now, they were losing our human needs. Do human being needs a logo?
Pardon?
Do human being needs a logo?
Yeah. Okay.
we need to create a logo for a human person.
Yeah. Okay. Is that it? Okay. Wow, that's a very simple question, but it's really deep because that's actually what I'm trying to say, Dr. Sritan. It's actually the quality of human. It cannot be simplified as just a logo. That's the thing. We used to believe that how can we symbolize human, for example, we create logo. But the thing is, it's actually simplify the complexity because the quality of human is actually complex. With the dynamic way of thinking, with also the media that we have, it's actually it's possible for us to being ourselves without simplifying the ideas, simplifying with the symbols. That's actually what we know from YouTuber, for example. YouTuber doesn't require a brand logo, for example. For me, they have the quality of identification. They have the signature style. They have the way they talk, the way they present things, or editing the video is already the identity. So even though they need logo, this can be something as simple as the name or something that they can put in the YouTube channel or something like that. But the thing is, with the flexible identity, it's make us realize that the quality of the human, it cannot be simplified. And the thing, and now with the technology and media, we have all that facility to projecting that values actually. Hopefully that's. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you, Dr. Ricky, for your presentations.
One more question already?
Thank you, Dr. Ricky. You may return to your seat now. Ladies and gentlemen, our final keynote speaker is one of our own. Let's welcome to the stage Professor Dr. El Sadiq Musa Ahmad, Professor from Faculty of Business, Multimedia University. Professor Dr. El Sadiq Musa Ahmad is a Professor of Economics and Technology Management at Faculty of Business, Multimedia University. Recognized as one of the top 2% global scientists by Stanford University for 2024, he has supervised numerous PhD, DBA, Masters, and MBA students, and currently supervises several PhD candidates. He serves on the MMU Senate, Research and Ethics Board, Postgraduates Board, University Research Projects Review, and Students Disciplinary Committees. His research interests include productivity analysis, the knowledge-based economy, green productivity, and bioeconomy. He authored the book Green Productivity, Applications in Malaysia's Manufacturing, and has published over 100 papers in international refereed journals. And now, without further ado, over to you, Prof.
Okay, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, and good afternoon, everybody. Yang berbahagia Prof. Dato' Dr. Mazlihan, MMU President, TM R&D Director, Prof. Qamar Zaman, the Chairperson, RMC Director, Prof. Zul, our guest of honor, Prof. Zul Kifli, and all the audience. Thank you very much for giving me the chance to share with you a little knowledge. As Prof. Hisham every time saying, a little knowledge about my experience. We have the campus director, Malak Prof. Hisham. Thank you very much. Before I start, Prof. Zulkifli inspired me, and I remember a book written by someone, his name Henry Todd. And the title of the book is Die Empty. Die Empty. Then he asked simple question before he writes the book. He asked the audience, where is the richest land in the world? So the question I ask again, where is the rich land in the world? Many people, they say that the countries, they have natural resources like diamond, oil, gold. But his answer is, the richest land in the world is the graveyard. The graveyard, because it hosted many great people. So die empty, please produce and publish your idea before you die. Let people to benefit from it. So what you have presented, if we read for 1 year, we cannot get it. Thank you very much for giving us, and I encourage everybody to die empty. Please publish your idea and let the people to benefit from it. From the prophet to the great people, scholars, even to the Mr. Sony, he introduced electronics, Steve Jobs of the Apple, and so on. Many people who hosted in this land, and this graveyard is very rich. Okay? So my journey with digital disruption is very long time. Since I started my master and PhD at University Putra, Malaysia. When I did my master, at that time under IRBA, Intensification Research Priority Area, is then become MOSTI and then become FRGS. I enjoy this. Initially, I did my master about productivity, but I found there is a big gap. Because when we produce desirable output. This computer is a desirable output, but there is undesirable output, the pollution. The pollution is a joint product produced beside the main product. So from here it came the idea of green productivity, which is about my PhD thesis and my book. And then now we have a technology. So in this study, I'm going to discuss the digital disruption and sustainability nexus. A significant contribution of this study, actually, in 2008, there were 2 scholars jointly awarded Nobel Prize. Nordus on environmental research, Roma about new variable he contributed, like human capital and ICT. So in this study, we are going to examine the integration of digitalization and climate change. And the role, I call it externalities. These externalities, it can be positive and can be negative. And the negative externalities for technology, cyber security problems, and negative externalities for conventional product is pollution emission. So the role of these externalities on long-run sustainable economic growth has been ignored by several past studies undertaken in this area. So I go quickly, thanks to Borov Zulkifli. He talked about industrial revolution, but I'm not going to talk here about the role of knowledge. This is the human history. I'm here, I'm just looking for knowledge. Since the start of the humanity, we have the primitive economy. Hunting and gathering, hunting animal and gathering food. At that time, knowledge and skill, and then people become more, then they go for agricultural economy, agricultural revolution, and then industrial revolution 1 and 2 in Great Britain. And we have, by introduction of information economy, we have the information economy. It was very simple, based on telex, phone, and all these things. But after 2000, we have something called knowledge economy. And I got the pleasure to read the Malaysian Master Plan of Knowledge Economy. Actually, Malaysia planned very well since 1996. This area we are sitting here, from KLIA, from KLCC to KLIA, it has determined by Prime Minister at that time, Tun Mahathir, to be a multimedia super corridor. And he came to UPM and changed the name from University Bertanian to University Busra. And even MMU, the official name, until now is a telecom university, but it's changed to Multimedia University to be part of Multimedia Super Corridor. So all this beautiful development is based on knowledge economy. Just before finishing the Industrial Revolution number 3, the world is taken by surprise by the digital revolution. And the economy become digital economy. And it has many branches. We have the orange economy is based on innovation. We have the blue economy for the seas, and we have also bio economy. So the center of all these changes is knowledge. But when we come to the knowledge economy is a digital knowledge. So digital knowledge needs innovation. The knowledge economy is based on innovation and discovering new innovative product, and this requires human digital skills rather than conventional skills. So the development of human skill is very important and required. I remember, if you remember, Wawasan Duwabulu, Vision 2020, although Malaysian government is planned very well, but the shortcomings to achieving it fully, shortage of human capital development, and also indigenous technology development. As you know, the small and medium enterprises are the backbone of the economy. It should transfer the technology. For these two problems, the 2020 vision to be a developed nation is not achieved. And still is very challenging for all the countries developing human skills, and now become more challenging. We need very specific skills. We call it digital skills. What is this? So, we have the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. Actually, in 2000, the United Nations developed the Millennium Development Goals, and they say that this is for the developing countries. And before 2015, they don't achieve the 5 goals. No poverty, zero hunger, good health, quality of education, and gender equality. Then they converted it to 17 Sustainable Development Goals, and the reason for not achieving the Millennium Development Goal, there is no enough financial support. Besides these 5, they have 6 new areas, 6 and 7 and 8 and 9 and 10, and then we have also the green SDGs, climate action, life below water, and life on land. And the most important is 16, which is peace, justice, and strong institutions. And actually, the problem, the justice is a problem now. Most of the countries who are very powerful, they practice justification, not justice. We have a very serious problem. Is the justice is justification of wrongdoing and not justice, and this is very challenging. And then the last goal is the 17 one is a partnership for the goals. And I have written a paper about the challenges faced by these 17 goals because of digital technology, COVID-19, global wars, conflict, and natural disasters. And this paper is published and available, and it can be downloaded from here. And the summary of the paper, why the SDGs has not achieved fully because of digital requirement that was not considered in 2015, problem associated with COVID-19, war, conflict like Ukraine, Russia, and many problems in the world, and natural disasters. So the framework of reporting of every country, they have voluntarily reported. This framework should be revised to show good outcome. And unfortunately, the time is very short. 5 years from now are not enough to achieve all the 17 goals. Okay? So the whole issue about green productivity. Green productivity is a concept of development and environmental protection. Actually, this concept is introduced by Asian Productivity Organization. Then I examine it. Why is all this? I examine it, and then we talk about total factor productivity. What is the total factor productivity? Is the technological progress, is a combined contribution of the quality input, is the quality of capital, the technology, is the quality of human capital skills, is the quality of new variables. So there are some countries who develop as productivity driven. Those have the good quality of factor of production, and some countries are input driven. So the productivity will make the change, especially the green total factor productivity, which is here. We consider environmental variables. So the concept of green productivity drawn from the integration of two important developments. The first one is productivity improvement and environmental protection. And the significant contribution of this study, we include the environmental variables that were not included, and you can find the details in the paper. So this study fills the gaps in the literature via including the pollutant emission as a private and price input. Actually, this put me in many problems when I did my PhD. Most of the examiners, they ask how you consider carbon dioxide emission, water pollutant emission as factor of production. But we find in the theory they are private inputs and price. Some scholars, they justify it to be included as private input and price because when we produce the output, we have a desirable output, we have undesirable output. So the green productivity spillover effect, which represents the positive impact of green practices on the related area, play a crucial role in achieving sustainability. So I have developed this framework. In the right side, we have the capital, labor, and then we include the pollution, carbon dioxide emission, and biochemical oxygen demand. This is BOD for the water pollution, organic water pollution. So we have green GDP for the quantitative. And the quality of this factor of production, labor, capital, quality of the air pollution, water pollution, we call it green total factor productivity. And this framework can be used for primary data or can you use for the qualitative. It can be used for interview with the expert. Okay? Then we have econometrics models. This is used for secondary data. The most important is, the first one is econometric estimation. Green GDP as a function of capital, labor, carbon dioxide emission, and water pollution. The most important is residual. This residual is called solo residual. Why is very important? Because measuring the combined contribution of the quality of all these factors. So this is the reason why we come to the second step. We calculate the green technological progress as a function of GDP minus all the variables. And the second one about labor productivity is the same scenario, but here we measure the effect of labor output per labor. We call it labor productivity, capital per labor, how much the pollution per labor, and we have the quality, and also we have the green total factor productivity per labor. And we have also the same scenario for labor productivity. But the most important, this model, I developed it from the concept. It is my own development. In the literature, actually, empirically, they don't examine it. That is a concept called capital productivity. Then I developed this model and framework, labor divided by capital, and carbon dioxide emission by capital, and BOD by capital, and then we have green capital productivity. The quality of these variables, we call it green total factor productivity. And also, we have the econometrics and productivity indicators calculation. So based on these three models, I don't know why it's mixed. So we have, what is the problem with the slides? Can you please help? Because they mix up. Make it full screen. And then the second step, actually, we model the digital technology implications. We include, the first one I have discussed, it was green productivity without any influence of digitalization. Then we call this digitalization and climate change externalities. We measure it, we use the big data, analytics, and also we talk about cyber security economics. And then we have the new business model. This is for small and medium enterprises and the micro side of the economy. So there are many challenges actually for a new business model because of digitalization and digitization. Digitalization is digital transformation, and digitization are the applications. So we need to have a new business model. we come with this framework from a theory called Theory of Environment, TOE, Technology, Organization, Environment. And the most important here, we study the supply side, the company side. It's very famous that they have moderating variables, gender, education. This is used for customer. Here we use the size of small and medium enterprise, the type, and the age. And then we have different 3 variation dimensions. Technology factors, ICT infrastructure, ICT expertise, and we have the organization factors, top management support, perceived benefits, financial resources, government support, and we have the environmental factors, digital technology, business model, regulatory framework, stakeholder collaboration. Actually, the new business also need to have a new laws and to consider the digital issues and the problems associated with digital technology. I call it negative externalities such as cybersecurity and other problems. Okay, in conclusion, this research is expected to fill the gap through modifying 3 variation model and framework. And also in this study, we integrate the dual effect of technology and technology climate change on the sustainable development. And through this, we can promote cooperation, collaboration, and smart partnership within the one country, public and private sector, and between the countries, and also the issues of intellectual property, digital assets, digitalization, and combating the negative externalities can be. Actually, this is applied to how the sustainable development goals can be cooperated between the countries. And also for the policy should put high priority on digital literacy and vocational training in innovation and technology like artificial intelligence, cloud computing, big data, and create workforce is proficient in technology and able to advance technological adoption and productivity. Actually, why China is succeeded? Why China and South Korea? Because they have more technicians. We need more technicians. More technicians, and this is the reason why the iPhone is produced in China and many American products produced there. So more technicians should be trained. Also, policy initiative forming partnership between public and private sector, foster innovation, offering tax breaks for research and development of digital and environmental friendly technologies. Big data analytics, digital capabilities, example of innovative technology, should be involved also in business to help together with physical capital and conventional labor to foster the production. And then I conclude with this: the road for Agenda 2030 of sustainable development is very short. It's only 5 years to go to finish. And there are many problems associated with digital technology, COVID-19, natural disaster, global war. This has affected the framework of voluntary report of the countries, so this should be revised. And the damage of the partnership because of the war also should be solved. These are the awards related to this research from Technology Father, Sustainable Development Goals, Digital Technology Adoption, AI in Art and Creativity, Econometrics, and Sensing Technology. So these all awards awarded because of the research published in this area. Thank you very much indeed for your listening. I'm sorry because the slide disturbed me and affected my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof, for the insightful presentation and your support for DIFCON 2025. Since we have around 5 minutes time, may we open the floor? Any questions to Prof. Sadiq? No? All right.
Please ask questions. We come all the way from Malacca to entertain. Ask some question, please. Question from Prof. Zul, at least. I love to hear his voice. Specifically. We want to know your experience, please.
So, Prof. Zul?
Thanks, Prof. I will not be able to match your technical expertise. But as a non-technician person, I am really worried that the creativity part, the human dimension is missing in the technology. And I think that's what I'm trying to do, to bring back the human dimension so that technology doesn't become something which is very strange to the human being. If I read many of these things, the prediction, we will be quote unquote, I think the singularity, I don't know whether I'm sure you, the singularity when it comes, we will be dehumanized. And it's predicted by the year 2050. So if you are not doing that now, we will wait for 2050 and all the human dimension, the logo that our friend is talking about, maybe we need to promote it now. So we understand what the human person is all about. We are losing all those.
Exactly. Actually, the computer missed this slide. This slide is the answer for your question. We call it humanware. The human dimension for sustainability actually is ignored. Why we call it humanware is related to software and hardware. Okay? I missed to present this. So this we call it human dimension of sustainability. It should be included. Human dimension of here I call it humanware is attributed to Dr. Isa Abdul Latif. To be honest, he is the advisor of Zaid Environmental Foundation. And it came from where? The sustainability common dimension ignore important sustainability concept, human dimension of sustainability that can be regarded as humanware compared to the hardware and software. So the term refers to the first recognition of United Nations through the agreement that environment of the UN environment is a great challenge for the humanity in the future. That is captured through human conference that took place in 1972 in Stockholm in Sweden. And the last centuries, 1940s, 30s, all the scientists, they never capture the concept of sustainability. So the human dimension is very important. Human dimension is very important, and in my research here, we focus about human skills, human development, digital skills. I believe, as you believe in your very wonderful presentation, people will make the change. People will produce the technology and use the technology. We should not be a facilitator, because the human mind is greater than the technology that we produce. So the human dimension of human dimension for sustainability always in my research. But due to the technical problem of display of my presentation, I didn't present the humanware, which is the human dimension of sustainability. Thank you very much for your very wonderful question. Any question, please? We are coming very far away from Malacca, at least few questions. Please die empty. Don't keep your questions. Don't kill the question, die empty. ask the questions that you have. Okay, thank you, Nazri.
All right, thank you, Prof. Thank you for the insightful presentations and your support for DIFCON. Ladies and gentlemen, before we end this session, I would like to remind that all participants are required to sign to your respected conference this evening, and the details of the co-located conference for physical presentation and the link for online presentation is available in the program books provided. Before we wrap up the first session, I want to share an exciting opportunity. Or not me, actually, Francis wants to share the exciting opportunity.
Thank you, Nat. Thank you. So, as we had last year, this year we also have a co-located creative showcase going on at the E-Gallery here at Multimedia University, Faculty of Creative Multimedia. This year the exhibition is being entitled Sustainascence. I'm guessing it is a merge of the words Renaissance and sustainability. Sustainascence here is referring to emotion, expression, and identity. It will officially be launched today at 1:45 by our esteemed guests. The showcase is open to the public. It will run from today until July the 21st. Sorry, today July the 21st to August 21st. Sustainascence for everyone is a creative exploration of sustainability as a driving force for renewal and transformation. This exhibition is bringing together diverse artistic expressions, including visual arts, video, photography, and multimedia installations, to examine how sustainability shapes emotion, fuels creative expression, and redefines identity. Through a fusion of traditional and digital media, artists are trying to reimagine personal and collective narratives, offer fresh perspectives on environmental consciousness, cultural evolution, and human connection, topics that have all been discussed today. Each artwork serves as a bridge between the past and the future, inviting audiences to reflect on the role of creativity in shaping a more sustainable world. Also noting that lunch will be served at, for the VVIPs and the VIPs at the Faculty of Creative Multimedia, where the exhibition is being held, but at the Space Bar. A bus will be provided, and I believe right as soon as we are done here, the bus is already awaiting for our VVIPs to be shuttled off to the next event. For the rest of us, Inventec's program will continue here with the presidential tour of the Sustainascence. So we urge everyone to go there at about 1:45 to have a look-see at what they have prepared there. So exhibitors and innovators, please get yourselves ready at the E-Gallery, if they can hear us from here, that is. Participants of DIFCON and all attendees here today are more than welcome to visit the E-Gallery exhibition there.
All right, thank you for all the information, Francis. And as the saying goes, to every beginning there is an ending, and now this opening ceremony has come to its end. On behalf of the organizing committee of DIFCON and InventX, we would like to express our heartfelt appreciation to Yang Berbahagia Professor Datuk Dr. Mazliha Muhammad Saud, Dr. Charlene, Tan Sri, and all our keynote speakers, and Prof. Sadiq for gracing this event, and to all guests who are present today. We are truly appreciate for all your support. And for all the participants who are here today, the lunch will be held in multi-purpose hall. Our committees will guide you to the hall, and you can refer to the campus map within the program book. While for DIFCON participants, remember that our conferences will be ongoing till 23rd July. And for today, the afternoon parallel session will be in hybrid mode. Please refer to the campus map for the venues of your respective sessions starting 2 p.m. today. And to those attending the International Conference of Creative Multimedia, ICCM, your parallel session will start at 2:30 after the presidential tour, the one that Francis mentioned before. And to those joining us online, the link for online session are also provided in the program books, so please make sure to log in on time. And I would like to remind all InventX participants to be back here in this hall by 3 p.m. Am I correct? For the
Please be
closing.
here by 2:45 at the latest.
All right. And then, anything else you want to mention about?
A few last notes. So again, to all InventX participants and exhibitors, please return by 2:45 at the latest. We will resume at 3 p.m. for the closing ceremony and the awards ceremony. Also, we want to highlight and point out that we have got 2 booths at the back of the hall. One is the Yayasan University Multimedia, and the other one is our book showcase. So please visit them. Please visit them, and you can have a look at the books that are being published. And also, if you are interested in contributing to the donation for our Yayasan, please speak to them. Adila will be very happy to speak to you.
All right, with that, once again, on behalf of the organizing committees, thank you, and we wish you a fruitful conference and exhibition. See you soon.
Thank you very much.